second, guys. I gotta go check something. Queenie Ren, yay, good morning, good morning. I'm just drawing some horrible Eldritch space creatures for the gods of deep space. Man, this pencil is getting short. I need like a pencil holder to sharpen the shorter pencils, man. Sketch art. I woke up this morning and started drawing. I usually never do that, but I think it's thanks to watching you. That's good. I like to inspire. Although I don't like to identify myself as anything, but if it helps you, that's, you know. Look at how short this pencil is. So short. I'm gonna pop this one in so I can sharpen this one. That one's pretty much a goner. Although I can probably get another little bit out of it. That pencil was insanely short. Thank you. I like to get the most out of my pencils. But no one should worry. I give them a proper burial in the backyard. I go out there and I do a ritual, and I thank them for their service and all that. There's a little graveyard. There's a little graveyard in my backyard of pencils that have served well. The mechanical pencils, they're like, they get to serve forever, so they never get rest. The tiny pencil is named Mr. Nubbins, or Nubs for short. This is definitely a grosser picture, but you know, it's, I don't know, bordering on, like, I don't know, insanity. But someone's got to produce the children of the elder gods, so. I'll keep watching on my TV. Nice. I see, guys. I made it. I'm on television. In some people's homes, the phone watchers, they're the like, I don't know. They're like children. They haven't upgraded yet to the full version. Like once I'm on your big TV in your living room, that's when I feel like I've made it. But when you're like hiding it in your room on your phone, it's like it's not even real yet. Uh, get some reference with my phone. I don't know why I can't chat on TV. That should be an easy implement. You know how technology is. The white charcoal pencils get dullest the fastest and take the longest to sharpen. I swear. The real Mick Koyo Lecter. How's it going, you guys? I finally made a live. I've been watching the rewinds. Oh, nice. Much appreciated. I try to do the daily streams at reasonable hours, but you know what the worst thing about like this summer is? Oh, Luna Loon 2, hi, hey, how's it going? Is not only is it super hot all the time, but also it's like I'm sitting inside of water. It's weird, like it's just so humid. Even though you would think with like this heat, it just wouldn't be humid because it would like evaporate. But I'm just like drenched in my. I don't even sweat, guys. I don't even like really sweat. I'm not a sweaty sweater. But oh my god, I am just like drenched in my own sweat. So have you done any published work? I'm assuming yes, but what was your first, if so? The closest I've gotten to published work is the Dramaria.com, the one you're seeing on screen. I've done work for them, but mostly I'm just an enjoyer. I kind of just like to stream and share work that way, and Instagram. That's my main thrust. It's a weird skill to have at this time in place in our timeline because of like AI and stuff. It seems like it's kind of, oh, Comrade Soul, welcome. Because like sometimes I sit here and I draw and I enjoy drawing, but I do kind of wonder if I'm sort of fighting a losing battle in terms of like making some sort of career out of it because of AI. It's like, you know what I mean? It's just like, you know, I feel like I'm fighting against a tidal wave of, in the end, it's just a losing battle, I think, sometimes. Wow, really? You do amazing work. I just got back into drawing about a year ago now, and I have been doing some comic art stuff like blank sketch covers or sketch cards, but like you, I'm just having fun with it. Yeah, I wouldn't like call myself a professional because I'm not exactly feeding myself doing this. have you worked with acrylics? And what's your favorite medium to use? Probably pencils is my favorite thing to use, but I've worked with acrylics. I didn't really like it. I didn't really like integrate. I was trying to integrate acrylics into this, and it just kind of didn't strike with me. I think I could do it if I spent. I don't know. I mostly just use acrylics on miniature wargaming. When I paint like miniature soldiers, that's the only time I really use acrylics. Finish that piece I was telling you about on an earlier stream. In a bit, I'll have a link ready if you want to see it. Yeah, sure, we'll check it out. Oh, nice. Do you have a Discord or for someone to share their pieces they're working on? You know, I need to do that. I've just been kind of like lazy about the whole Discord thing because it's like an extra thing that I gotta like maintain and like or whatever I gotta do. I'm not really sure, but people have been asking, and I'm just like, I'm afraid I'm afraid what it'll end up being is an extra like can of worms like to like solve, and I don't want to create an extra can of worms. But I'm thinking about it. You know what I mean? I'm thinking about it. What's your Instagram? Here, I'll show you. I'll throw you the link really quick. Let's check out the link. Nice. It's got some horns. Very cool. I need to set up a thing where I can show my screen, like my computer screen again. So I can show people's work, but the issue with that is that like my computer kept crashing from OBS. It's the only time it would like hard crash blue screen, and so I got rid of as many things as I could on extra like layers of things on OBS because I think like they were interfering with each other. I think I'm not really sure, but it looks like also I kind of suspect that there's something going on with my computer where I have to tell MSI to like make the blades go like the fans go faster than they're supposed to because I think it's not it's like they're getting like hotter than like the video card is getting hotter than it's supposed to, and it's not like registering that it's supposed to be the blades is supposed to be spinning faster, so I manually tell it to spin faster, and then I don't know, it just I'm not really sure what's going on. I went from having zero problems to problems all the time, but it looks like I've mitigated a lot of it. Damn, bro, your Instagram is crazy. Lol, masterpiece after thanks. The flattery is much appreciated and encouraged. What papers that you use? It's just recycled tone paper. You can get it at any art store basically. It's not like super expensive or fancy. I get mine at Hobby Lobby. Sometimes I order it, but I don't pay attention sometimes, so I order like the sheets that are way too large last time. So like I like to go to Hobby Lobby, that way for sure I'm gonna like go get what I need. The reddish orange to gold was a way to incorporate pen dragging colors and add balance via warm highlight to mostly cool tone piece. Nice. Yeah, I'm not like super into color. Like I've been trying to integrate color more, but it's a mystery still. I started off with like just having blue, just because the white charcoal mixes with like the graphite, and it creates like this like cool blue kind of look. And so after that, I kind of started like to integrate more and more. I literally like I drank like six, not six. Oh my god, not six. I drank like 2 Red Bulls, like the no sugar ones, the other day, after not having energy drinks for like 6 months, and like immediately my neck, like the right side of my neck, broke out in like acne rash, or whatever. I'm like, uh oh. I guess this stuff, you shouldn't put this in your body. But I really wanted one, and when I wanted one, I got 3 or something. 2, maybe 3. I don't know. Because whilst just a cool tone piece, just a warm tone piece can be good without contrast, it's better to add a little bit of color to balance it out. Right, right. Some of your inspiration or favorite artists. I keep saying Gustav Doré, which I really like. I'm not like I don't like follow artists too much, or like have people that I. But like if you look at Gustav Doré, I keep bringing his name up. That's the guy who I feel like I like the energy there. Sort of the dark, kind of like brooding epicness that he does, or did. He's no longer alive. He's no longer with us. He was in the, not. He was alive a long time ago. You need to be on an Eerie magazine if they ever bring it back. I think I've never heard of that, but I'm sure there's some magazines that could probably it'd be good to get into. I was only offered to be in a magazine once on the cover, and then they contacted me, and I was like, "Oh, sure," and then they didn't contact me. Then they stopped contacting me. do wonder though if I'd be more popular if I didn't just draw, like if I didn't draw so many weird things. But I gotta follow my heart. I think I'm gonna give the. I think I'm gonna put a little bluish, a little bit more blue on the egg satchels. Sorry, I had to clear my throat there. Okay. Master Doggo, why don't you tell us about your history with your art, the journey? I'll listen. Bro, I don't even think I've had like a journey. I just kind of draw for fun. I just kind of discovered it when I was younger, and then just kept kind of doing it on and off. And recently, I've been doing it a lot more because I've found the time. But yeah, I didn't go to school or anything. I just kind of figure stuff out, and you know, I really don't see, like, I don't think there was like a journey necessarily. It was just kind of like a thing I did for fun and just continue to do. You're muted? The microphone shouldn't be muted. I hear him fine. Nice. Yeah, I'm like, I was just talking to people, and I see the microphone thing kind of going, so. But yeah, my mom was an artist, so it was around, and then I picked it up, you know. But I didn't go to school or anything, I just kind of did it. At first, not a lot, but I was kind of, you know, I was better than most kids in school just by passively drawing, and then I didn't really pursue it professionally or anything. So it's just kind of like I guess I would be in the hardcore camp fan enjoyer, but I guess once you're making money, then like you are. I was muted. My fault, bro. Nice. I wish there was like some sort of interesting story to tell, but it's quite boring. I think I'm gonna have like a thing of spit going from this bottom lip to this like little egg holder thing. I think that's gonna look really disgusting, and like it's just there's just like I don't know, this looks, if you guys have ever played the game Scorn. I didn't play it, but I watched videos of it. Like I watched a playthrough, and I wasn't like super interested in playing through it myself, but like this is kind of like what it's inspired by, and Geiger. I know this is kind of like more weird and extreme art, so it's kind of like it can be a turnoff for people, but I'm just like, nah, I gotta do it. It got into my head, now I gotta do it. You know what I mean? Like a little bit of spit, kind of like as it leaves the egg. Like there's like this rotating hatch thing. Uh, Good choice, fantasy themed, and like it rotates, and each new egg gets put into like this egg thing, and then it just rotates further. The Eldritch gods yearn for their children. I'm kind of imagining that it's like making like brain creatures that are gonna control their own parts of the universe. Like it sends these things out in pods, and then like it lands on a planet and then manifests life, and then it sort of controls that sector of space or something. These could be just like drones or something, but how do artists earn money? I don't get it. Do they do their do they auction their paintings? Yeah, you gotta like look into it. I'm not sure, dude. I just like I've had people I've worked with. I did like Dungeons and Dragons characters for campaigns. But yeah, you gotta find the right people. But also, like you're asking the wrong person. You're asking the wrong person because I am an unsuccessful artist. So you're asking you're walking in an opposite direction of where you want to be. I would ask someone who has made it. Like it's not easy. Donations really help. Yeah, if people just give you money, that super helps. It's like one of the best ways to make money is when people just go, "Oh, here." But yeah, no, yeah. I mean, I stream because I enjoy like turning it into a non-single player experience and stuff like that. But yeah, you gotta like find like where they're holding shows and show your art. It's a lot of work, dude. It's like I watched a documentary about it. It's awful. Getting your name out there and stuff. It's rough. And then who's like it's hard to find people that I think are gonna want eldritch creature paint like drawings. You know what I mean? Like who's gonna really pay a lot of money for that? So it's I just do it for myself. I want a job as well. Everyone does. Yeah. The ideal life is just to be born into money, though. Like, it's, if you're just born into wealth and then you just do whatever you want, that would be the ideal version of being an artist. But unfortunately, yeah, you gotta find jobs. I would get on Instagram and start doing commissions or something like that, maybe. I don't know. If you're a beginner artist, you just gotta hit up the social media and like kind of grow and do YouTube and do Instagram and do whatever, Reddit. I don't know. It's rough out there. It's very competitive, and AI is slowly choking off the orifice of like being able to get any, because most people aren't gonna pay you like $100 for a commish if they can click on some buttons and look up some prompts for kind of like what they need. So, like I said, it's just better to be born into wealth. Everyone seeks passions, but their situation holds them back. Yeah, YouTube has introduced a new bill when AI creators won't get. Wait, YouTube has introduced a new bill. Can YouTube introduce bills, or you mean like a rule? I don't think YouTube can make laws, can they? YouTube has introduced a new bill when AI creators won't get paid. Uh, good. Uh, good. I don't know. I mean, I don't want to be. I don't want to be like. I'm not sure. My AI sensor is like, it seems doom and gloomy for like normal people, but I kind of have to agree. Like, but then again, I've seen some stuff that definitely, I don't know. If work isn't original, but generated and copy paste. But if it's generated, then it's not copy and pasted, unless you're saying generated is copy and pasted in itself. It's a rough thing because you have to. The you have see the thing is that like it's kind of a difficult conversation because you almost have to start like climbing into like how does the human brain work versus a computer. And as far as I know, the fundamentals of computing in terms of like uh, every computer is essentially constructed out of NAND gates like or I think I can't remember what the basic gate is, and nothing has changed in computing since like the 50s in terms of like the fundamentals. It's just there's more power, so that's why the AI is more viable now. And so you have to look at like how does the human brain work. Well, I mean, I think we all live in a simulation, so like I think it's vastly different. So on based off of that, I would say that they should not be getting paid because they're not, you know. I don't know. Um, you're doing well, Mister. Keep it up. Thank you, Hari Giri here. Thank you. Regulations, yeah, I don't know too much, but that's all I know. Yeah, I mean, my fear also with the AI thing is it's like, it's not like when if they find like some, I don't know, if they close the gap with AI and it can like it does like Skynet stuff and it's just owned by a few people. It's not like if they go from owning most of the world to owning 99.9% of the world, they'll like redistribute that wealth. It's just gonna get worse. Like, so that's my issue with it is it's not like they're gonna look back and be like, well, we gotta like feed the peasants now that they can't work anywhere because everything's automated. They're just going to continue with the same trend. So that's kind of my worry about the whole, globally speaking, like the AI thing is not going to work out for regular people, or maybe it will. I don't know. The world is a spider doomed. I hope not, but it kind of feels that way. I don't think the next generation would survive. We are nothing but a vessel for our soul. We are nothing but a vessel for our souls. That's kind of how I view. That's pretty much in line with how I see it. But the soul itself is questionable. Well, maybe, possibly. I've kind of gone away from materialist thinking more into like let me just get this on here. Like, if you listen to Thomas Campbell, I bring him up a lot, but he basically um, he was a physicist. Well, he still is a physicist, but he stopped. He he basically stopped doing physics because he contemplates that basically it's this is his sort of take on it, right? And that at a core of an atom, like once you get down to it, there is no. It's not like at the smallest particle we can detect. It's like there's going to be like this physical mechanism, um, Well, like the materialist worldview sort of says that if you can like compute every single atom, like the physical mechanical sort of contraption that should be, that you can sort of simulate the future and the past and all this kind of stuff, right? Whereas what he's saying is basically consciousness is and information is the only thing that's real, and everything outside of that is like, it's not like we're inside of a matrix machine being computed. There is no physical reality outside of this reality. It's just like consciousness is rendering this the best it can, and there is no reality outside of that. Like it's all just information at its core. That's why when you try to simulate not physics, but like when they try to do simulations with atoms being a physical contraption, thinking of it materially, everything doesn't like work. But when you do it as a math problem, just like information, then things do start to work in simulations or whatever. That's kind of how he was explaining it, because you know, at its core, it's just information. There is no physical reality. So I don't know, but that's I kind of sympathize with that worldview. We just exist. That's right, yeah. And like he says, like basically it's interesting because like he kind of goes into like there is like a consciousness system that sort of is godlike, but it's not God. It's just sort of the thing that's rendering everything out. And then you have humans are just literally just a smaller version of that, with just less processing power. That's why you can if you work hard and you focus on one thing, you can kind of make things come into existence. But it's just way less potent. That's his worldview. So, and I'm like, yeah, I guess that kind of like makes sense. To me. We have conceptualized God. Well, he's saying it's not God. He's not saying that it is like, it's not infinite energy, it's not infinite processing power that governs everything. It has limits, according to him, so. To create religions, to create history, to give our life meaning. Thought I was gonna sneeze there for a second. Which would have been wonderful. I had a super weird dream. Well, not a weird dream. It was actually like one of the better dreams I've had in a while. And I literally like this was just last night. I had a dream that I like there was like an an aircraft that I was flying, and it was like a jet fighter, right, of some sort. I don't know. I don't know anything about them, but it was sort of converted into like a civilian kind of entertainment type of thing. You could like go fly it or whatever, and I did in my dream. And I'm like, it literally that was the entire dream, and it was like I woke up being like I just watched an amazing movie, and it was like distinct enough of a dream that I like remembered it, and it was like I genuinely like went to bed and had fun. Like that was the entire dream. It was just like flying around in this, but it was like the dream didn't shape shift into other dreams. I just like we kept landing and then like getting out and getting back in. It was like all these practice runs, but yeah, it was just like a very cool, sweet like dream. I don't know, like more of these, please. Have a great day. Good night. All right, Master Doggo. Thank you. Our dreams are connected to our desire, grief, and what we tend to seek. I believe that to be true. Yeah. Although I don't have any desire to fly in a jet fighter whatsoever. I mean, I would like if somebody else was like super chill about it, and then I was just sitting in the back or whatever. It is interesting that it was a jet fighter and not a civilian craft. I mean, it was like converted, like it wasn't like whatever, didn't have weapons on it, but I guess I just like them aesthetically more than regular planes. They look a lot sleeker. I bet there's probably service. There's probably places you can go to pay for that kind of thing, and like they'll take you on a ride up for those things, with or whatever. Oh yeah, my breast paint came in for my miniatures, uh, for my the army I'm painting for a friend. It not only means that you want to be a jet fighter, but be one with the sky, reach new heights. Well, I don't want to be a jet fighter. I want to fly one, maybe. Hello, Nick. The creature is coming together well. Thank you. Appreciate that. Our perspective shapes us for what we are. That is true. I agree. I'm gonna agree with that statement. How we experience the world. Yeah, I agree. I do agree with that. How are you doing today, Silver? Yeah, maybe I should become a philosopher or something. Yeah, do it. Went to sleep for 1 hour, woke up, had to wait for 6 hours to get some sleep again. You know, my sleep has been like really good lately. I can't complain. My sleep has been on point. So I have nothing to complain about in that. I've been going to bed around like 12 p.m. and just waking up at like 8. I'm like, this is great. If only I could have that for the rest of my life. It's probably also because I'm like kind of working from home and stuff, so I don't have it. I don't have that stress of having to wake up at a certain time. I just wake up whenever. So my it took me like a good 6 months to get used to that. Because I would like force myself to get up, just because I was so used to the having to go to work life and work 12 hours that I was preconditioned to suffer like endlessly. I couldn't let myself to like just relax and just go back to sleep. I did, however, speak with other artists as well as song creator. Nice. Did you ever get into that lo-fi stuff you were talking about? You were talking about making some lo-fi beats. That was good. The song creator was that was good. The song creator was concerned because she did know about my time zone. Nice. I was watching it a while ago. I was hearing how you thought about AI. Couldn't chat them, but yeah, I think that AI will eventually take over. Yeah, yeah. Skynet is totally possible and may even be in the works now. Yeah. I drew a picture called Feral one time with humans living in sewers, and I kind of think like it might be like that, where it'll start to grow. If you look at there's an Animatrix show that they made about the rise of City 11 or 001, where it kind of showed like the beginnings of like they kind of built their own robot city and started trading with humans, and it became way more efficient, and then it took over the entire globe and they lost the war. But I feel like it might be like kind of like that, but it just will not care about us or our plight after it gets to a certain point, and we'll just end up living in like sewers of factories, and it'll just go off to space to kind of create its own civilization. But who knows? I don't know. There's been some goofy AI stuff happening where sometimes it'll go and like I heard like when they were trying to delete AI, it like lied and it like made a copy of itself. So it's already showing some signs of like self-preservation, which is disturbing, but kind of fun. But like there's a movie about that. I wish I could remember names. I always blank on every name ever, but there's some fun movies about it. It is interesting that I'm alive during this time. Like it seems kind of like weird that like I get to live through like all these interesting times. You know, I don't know. To me, they seem interesting. Still need some things for that. Thanks for saving up for another computer to do it on, or I'll get a new, thinking of saving up for a new computer to do it on, or I'll get a new tablet. Yeah, for sure. Are you seeing a name but not a face? Happens to me all the time. You woo. Also hi from the other side. Uh, uh, nice. I'm not sure if that was a joke because I thought from the other side there was like a guy that used to be on Twitch. So I'm like, are you referring to a person? Or... Anyway, doesn't matter. Thank you for the comment. Um, Humans making a new apex predator because we've been lonely for too long. Humans making a new apex predator, but I feel like we're making like sort of like ourselves. You know what I mean? It's not like a predator. We're just making a something that's like going to reflect ourselves, and it's going to be horrible. It's just that we are making one too powerful. Yeah, and it's not going to stop. I think economic forces, like they're all going to compete for the AI that's going to have that breakthrough to give them the ultimate advantage, and it's the horror isn't going to stop. It's already the cat is out of the bottle, or whatever, the snake, or whatever the phrase is. Um, Zero says, "Holy, this is a pure masterpiece. You're a pure artist." I appreciate that, Zero. Um, it's something only humans would do for themselves, seeing as they want to make androids. Maybe the only way to get out of this is to not do Amish life, but do something akin to Amish life, where you just choose to live like in the 1980s, technologically, and you just stick to that. And maybe the robots will be like, okay, you're not an invasive species, like you guys are maintaining your. It'll just see you as a neutral threat, and it just won't curb stomp you. I don't know. But at the same time, there is a part of me where it's like knowing the reality of computing, I'm kind of a little bit. There's a part of me that thinks it might all be sort of a parlor trick that's going to kind of fizzle out in the next 10 years, and we're going to be like, oh, okay, you can make some interesting imagery, or it can write your essay, but like, or whatever, but it won't really, you're never going to see the Skynet sort of scenario, which is kind of what I'm hoping for a little bit, like, you know what I mean? Um, seeing as they want to make androids, I can already see where this is going. Yeah, and yeah, those androids are gonna be strong, dude. Like, they seem a little clumsy and silly now. I remember when I was a kid and they would show like robotics, like robots, like from DARPA or whatever, like those companies, and they would try to walk upstairs, and it's like, dude, we're so safe. But then you look at it now, and it's like, the thing is, it's not like they're gonna chase you upstairs. They're just gonna like take your job, and then you're gonna be like, I'm really hungry, and then and that's just gonna be the end of it. Like, it's just cheaper to hire them, and they'll never complain. You know. I'm sorry, I've just joined. What is the story behind this piece? Oh, this is an Eldritch, like, egg layer. It's sort of a... This is a birthing chamber, and it's just, like, spitting out these sacks of, like... You know, like, it's a larva. It's in a larva state. And it's producing, like, these sort of other controlling units that are going to be shut out in pods to other universes to get more Eldritch coverage all over the universe. Future Oil, Yo Home Skillet, what's up? What's going on, Future Oil? They also taught an android how to use a gun. Oh, they've been doing the gun stuff, but they've been mounting guns on robots for a while. But yeah, it's gonna be scary when they get to a point where they're like, I mean, I think you're gonna see within our lifetimes like that crossover where you have an automated robot that can't be jammed, that is making decisions by itself on the field of battle, killing humans. You're gonna see that within our lifetime. Like right now, they're not really there because you have to have either a fiber optic connection, or you have a human involved at some point in the kill chain. But they're going to get rid of that. No story yet. I can make one though. Yeah, you can make a story. Well, what I just said about it is kind of what I was thinking. But we can make a story of whatever. Done. That's so creative. I could never. Thank you, Zero. I'm not super married to the what I just said. I was just saying, like, that's kind of where I was seeing things going. Is it's like birthing new control units, like it's, you know, other Eldritch sort of creatures that are going to be like put in other sectors of the universe to like control those. Went through the McDonald's drive-thru for my kid who loves Happy Meals. You didn't get me one? I know you live in the same state that I do, so next time I'm gonna expect a Happy Meal. Always that old lady was biting her lip, trying not to laugh at me. Very strange. That is strange. I remember when I was like kind of older, I went to Chicago, and back in Belarus we used to have Kinder Eggs, right? And I wanted to buy a Kinder Egg because just for nostalgia's sake, and it was like some type of Eastern Europeans in that store, and they were like, "Aren't you a little old?" Well, and I was like, I don't know, like with my parents, and I was just wanted one, and I'm like, I didn't say anything, but I don't, you know what I mean? But I was like, don't you want to sell stuff? Why are you worried about why I'm buying a Kinder Egg? I'm just nostalgia buying. Because they had, see, the American laws, like, you can't have toys embedded in food, so the American Kinder Egg has, like, this spoon, and, like, it's awful. It's not like the chocolate egg around the toy. It's not like that. So, I wanted the original one, which is why I wanted to buy it. But, yeah. Why don't you mind your own business, lady? Just sell me the egg and don't worry about what I'm gonna do with it. So it's a creature kept in domestication in which they use it to aid in the conquering of the universe. Yeah, but I feel like Eldritch creatures, they cause like visions and nightmares to control civilizations. They're not like I feel like they're more like sort of smaller gods that spread an ideology, and like the more souls that believe in their vision, like the more powerful they become, if that makes sense. Like that's kind of how I see Eldritch creatures. They don't want to necessarily directly go to war. That's why you find these ancient churches embedded into planets, and like these ancient artifacts, because sometimes they die out or fizzle out or whatever, and you can find skeletal remains, but like ultimately they just want to control from afar. And if you ever do run into like the physical manifestations, it's just you'll just go insane, or you know, however they want to take care of the situations. They don't really, I feel like they're not like, let's build armadas or whatever. That's more for the peasants, you know what I mean? The stories behind my art is something like, bro got destroyed by a 5-year-old and managed to survive. May I ask what brands do you use for coloring? There's no colors in this. This is a white charcoal pencil, and when it blends in with this pencil, it turns a bluish tint. Although I will be using a bluish color later, but I don't really color all that much. I just have like pencils from forever ago, and I just pick one and I go with it. Some of them are honestly even Crayolas. I don't really discriminate too hard. I find a way to make them work. Next time. Okay, next time. All right, I'll let it slide this time. Yeah, the lady might have thought the Happy Meal was for me. I think she was laughing at my hairstyle. It's kind of retro, and I don't care. Gotcha. Is this creature from your imagination? Yeah, I'm just kind of like, yeah. I mean, it's inspired by Geiger and all those kind of things. You know what I mean? Obviously, I'm borrowing stuff from the Alien and Scorn. You know, things that, you know, of that sort of world. But I'm making up my own kind of creature. I don't usually copy things verbatim. A good quality of the offspring take the egg somewhere following the command of their mother. Yeah, basically, yeah. And these like egg holder things, they like put it on the wall where they incubate for a while. Then like depending on their like life force, they get selected for, you know, various missions. They're kind of like the Mormon missionaries in a sense, just the opposite. Like they go off and they telepathically control, you know, different sectors of the universe. That's kind of how I see this thing. It's like the darkest possible thing ever. That's amazing. You're able to turn simple drawing into such a beautiful art. Thank you. Place the egg in a safe area to protect it. Upon its hatchling, they become a source of nutrients. Yeah, I feel like there's like this thing is going to be obviously is going to have like these hoses and wires connected to it for nutrient sort of feeding. Because it's like obviously just an egg production bio machine, so its only job is to produce eggs. So it's, you know. I guess all my Eldritch stuff is always the same kind of concept. Like I just explained, like the whole philosophy of it. It's always like in that kind of realm. They're kind of shy. They just hide in shadows and like build colonies and sort of telepathically control civilizations to make things better for themselves. Can't wait to see the final product. Out of curiosity, how long would you say your drawings take? Usually around 25 to 40 hours, depending on how much of the background I decide to do. One by one, they give their life, and the cycle repeats. Yes. Yeah, and I would even say like they might even have conservatism where they don't try to spread out like an empire. They want to like control their numbers so that they don't, right? Like they obviously want to have maximum sort of control range, but not have like super high populations, so they're not like noticed, kind of thing. It's not a swarm civilization. They're like very intelligent. They are ancient, and they, you know, live amongst in the darkness of some sort of ancient temples where they can like, you know, I kind of imagine the rest of the ship looking like kind of like the Promethean stuff from Prometheus. Like those chambers is kind of like that, where you do have some. You might walk into one of the chambers and they have like the humanoid template for like if they wanted to create like another mankind, right? If they needed that, and they could sort of kind of like when the engineers went on Earth in Prometheus and they laid down the black goo, and so they can either take over things that already exist, which is hard, or you can create your own civilization, which is like much more pliable to your will, because they're like, you know, genetically and biologically linked to you. So that's kind of how I see it, as like But of course, those creatures have their own will and they can rebel and stuff like that. Alright, go back to drawing. I'll keep you on my TV. See ya. Okay, thank you, Sketchart. Honestly, I would have gone for a creature that's in a swampland. It would have the ability to locate where you are by contact with the water. I see these things as more cosmic horrors, you know what I mean? They don't need like a swamp or to be like that close to you. I see them as like more powerful than a localized force, you know what I mean? Do you have art as a full-time job? Sorry for so many questions. No, it's not my full-time job. I'm just a drawing enjoyer. In this case, the creature I'm thinking of has water sensory. Though any contact with the water, you can see anything that is in contact. Otherwise, yeah, I get it. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a fun creature to draw. I see these as more of like, let's say you have some sort of Stone Age kind of a civilization of humanoid creatures. These things would like maybe send a prophet or visions of prophecies and get like a religion going. And then once they are believers of whatever, you know, then they are sort of telepathically sending these guys like energy. Like they exist off of other people believing in them. So they're like, it's like just cosmic horror basically. Or at least that's how I see like this kind of a civilization surviving. Yeah, the lady might have thought the meal was for me, but I think she was laughing at my head. Oh, okay, I already read that. I'm going to leave now. I'd like to practice on my Uki. Okay, if you'll upload the final result on your channel, I'll be sure to see it. Yeah, if you subscribe, you'll get, like, usually when I finish a picture, I put it as a post, and you should see it. At least that's the idea. I doubt it will be down today. No, yeah, probably it's. This is day 2, and it's not going very fast. I'm trying to be very, like, elaborate with the shading and stuff, and it's gonna take a while. Tomato Dragons, hi. Easy Scripts. Hey, Forbes in chat, how's it going? Hey, how's your day? I'm just drawing some cool eldritch creatures birthing more of themselves. You know, the typical stuff. It's going okay. It's just in pain with my shoulder. I can't draw. I have a trapped nerve. You know, I've been getting like some trapped nerves like in my hand. Sometimes I'll be drawing or painting and then like my hand will just like, I don't know how to describe it, like stutter a little bit. But it's not really bad. It only happens like once every couple of hours. But I noticed that I'm like, uh-oh. This is that old creeping in. My arm will randomly start shaking a little, and I'm like, this is not good. Not shaking, but like just kind of doing its own like little twitchy thing. I get that with my tendinitis. That's tendons. Yeah. Yeah, the old is starting to creep in. And my eyes. Like, if I drink, like, beer or anything, like, and, like, it's the weirdest thing. If I drink beer or, like, anything, like, in an energy drink, then like, for, like, 2 days, I'll have, like, my eyes get super tired after just, like, an hour or two of drawing. But if I eat super, super clean, my eyes don't get, like, I can draw for, like, 8 hours and my eyes don't get tired. It's just the weirdest thing how, like, now that, like, I have to really decide whether I want to, like, have an energy drink or anything outside of water, because then, like, my body just goes, oh, we gotta break down for a few days. It's not as fun. I keep redrawing this part and I can't satisfactorily, like, make what I want there. I don't know why, I just can't get it to look like how I... It's super annoying when I can't get the shape right. Water is always a good option. It's the only option once you're old. It's like, everything else just kills me. I had, like, I drank, like, an energy drink. I bought a Red Bull, the sugarless one, right? Which, by the way, they taste insanely good for not having sugar. I don't know what they're putting in there, but it tastes, like, insanely good. And immediately, like, 3 hours later, had, like, a weird rash on my neck. I'm like, that's not good. Never had that before. It's gone away now, but... Oh my god. Is this some kind of a slug or exoskeleton, or is it more of a flesh being in the suit? I was just thinking it was like, it's basically like a creature that's like, if you've ever played Scorn, with, like, the biomechanical stuff, and, you know, it's not a biomech, right? It's just an egg layer. Like, it's just basically like this organic creature that's sort of like stuck to the walls of a birthing chamber, and you just keep spitting out egg satchels all day for like the eldritch creatures. That's basically the concept there. And it's not very mobile. It just sits there, and its entire life is just producing more eggs. It's like a queen, but it's not really a thinking creature. It just has that one sort of reproductive kind of function. That's it. Yeah, it's a fleshy bean with some bony stuff. I'm kind of making it up as I go a little bit, so. But I'm trying to keep it consistent enough to where there's, like, an overall kind of theme. But, like, I don't want to put, like... Maybe I should title this picture Millions and Millions of Them. I think that would be kind of hilarious. Oh, Leaf, hello. How's it going? What is this? Lost in a Renaissance fair music? That's right. What is it really? The music or the picture? Music that was from Stronghold Crusader. Yeah, Stronghold Crusader. Oh no, I think it was just that was just a Stronghold. Why is it? Why is this? Why is this an eldritch creature? Design looks very el crate and detailed. I can't even tell if it's a face or a body or what. Very cool. How'd you come up with it, if I may ask? I was just trying to design like a creature, and then I decided to make an egg-laying creature halfway through, and so I got rid of the face and made it an indent, like have a hole. I don't know. I was just randomly coming up with something, and then we kind of got here. I don't have like, I can't remember the exact step by step how I got to this idea, but I just, you know, I haven't done an egg layer, so kind of decided to do an egg laying guy. Yeah, if you type in Stronghold Oast, you'll find the last music I had up there. So this music now is not Stronghold. No, this is Ages of Empires. It's good music to build like villages to and stuff. Yeah, I'm sure the Amish people played it in the background during their barn raisings. I don't. Can Amish have music? I think aren't certain strains of Amish, aren't they like anti-music or like very specific music? I don't think this is like the music that they would have listened to. I think they're just like doing like church gospels, but I'm not up on my Amish lore, so I know they have more stringent sects that don't allow a lot of stuff, like even mirrors and stuff or cameras. I don't know. I've heard things. Oh, really? I've never heard that, but I have no idea. Yeah, me neither. I've watched a few documentaries about them. I know they reject some technology and some clothing styles, but I don't know about music. Good question. I might have misheard. I don't know. They probably have music, but I think it's just mostly gospel. I know that they have some rules against like modern music, but I'm not an expert. been doing a lot of this, like, experimenting with the idea that, like, the end of the leg is like a hoof, and it's just one big nail, kind of like a hoof, kind of like just, you know, I don't know why I'm like, that's actually kind of like, I don't know if I've seen that, and it kind of makes a non-insectoid thing look more insectoid. I don't know, I don't think I've seen, like, I've seen hooves obviously, but I've never seen like an extended nail on the end of a limb like that. So, and it's not intended to be sharp or a claw, it's just like this weird kind of nail growth at the end of a giant limb. guys. I'm gonna go see if my dog wants to go out. So I'm gonna go see that and then take a bathroom break. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Back from food, drinks, smoke. Gotcha. Didn't mean that hashtag. I didn't even notice a hashtag. Oh, you're good though. How was your food? I think I'm gonna title this piece "Millions and Millions of Them," so people get the idea of what's going on here. I think that's gonna be sort of within my sense of humor kind of stuff. My computer's telling me it's high UV out there. I'm guessing that's like bad for your skin. Thank God I never go outside, so it's not an issue, but love the glowing looking veins, saliva. Yeah, it's like he's spitting them out and there's just saliva everywhere. I'm gonna do a Geiger-esque type pod that they get inserted into and then like whisked away to their destination. I think maybe I'll add some. I'll do like a light shade and then add some yellow to differentiate this as like sort of the architectural thing, like a biomechanical thing that kind of does its thing. Death by a Bird Cat 1. Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. Just making some children for the Eldritch gods. The depth you built so far, Chef's Kiss. Thank you. I'm trying to be patient and kind of render everything out. I also wanted to add these biomechanical arms that kind of pick up the egg sacs and whisk them away to kind of sell the idea that this is a sort of a hatchery. Made some complicated shapes in here. I'm having a hard time rendering because there's so many curves and like we'll eventually get through it, but Jesus. you've wait, hi, you've some references for this pick or is ever complete out of your mind? Complete out of my mind, other than like there's things like this, like you know the Geiger-esque style artwork is existed before, so it's not like I completely made it up. But yeah, I made it up in terms of like you know. You know, Nikki, right? That's right. It's very creative. I think I could do it. Um, I don't think I could do. Very nice. Nice work. Thank you. Ad attack, Dairy Queen, Superman, Blizzard Tree. I need that. Get it before it's gone. Customer reports. Oh, you're back? Nice. How did you enjoy your commercial break? That Superman Blizzard sounded kind of good when you said that. I wouldn't mind having like an Oreo ice cream right now. Or something cold. Anything. Oh my god, thank you for the follow. Avendius X? Something about God? Nice. I'm not the biggest fan of Oreos. Biggest? Yeah, Oreo cookies are like whatever. Take it or leave it. But like I have had Oreo like ice cream and it's actually pretty good. So. A lot of it depends on, maybe I'm thinking of those like ice cream bar cookies, if you know what I'm talking about. The milk in those seems to be like I think it's like real milk, and the ice cream bar actually tastes or like it smells good because you can like smell the milk. So I might be thinking of that. But yeah, I've definitely had like Oreo blizzards that were like shockingly good. Although I would agree, I think Oreo cookies are like the most overrated cookie of all time. I would definitely, like, if I had to let something go, I would let that go first. Sorry, kids. I don't want to offend any group of people that enjoy that kind of thing, but I think I'm out of lead. Yeah. Any Oreo addicts? We'll see by the people unfollowing the channel here in a second. You just see the number go down. It's just mid. It's a mid cookie. I don't know. I even like simpler cookies. More. All right. Like I said, I'm gonna go over this and just give it a hint of yellow. I think this brilliant yellow, that's exactly what it's called, is oh, never mind, it's orange. Okay. Could have swore it had like something called brilliant yellow out here. Was I just using orange and lying to myself? Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay. Still very sharp. It gives like this very nice, it's like almost like the color of an egg yolk. Well, not in the camera. The camera takes away some of the color, but it has like if you've ever had like an egg from like a farm, that those brown eggs, like the yolk looks like almost dark. It kind of has like that kind of thing going on. Custard creams are my favorite, or rich tea. I think Dairy Queen. Am I thinking of the right restaurant? No, it's a different one. But anyway, there's a custard place that does that, and I do really like it. I'm just blanking on it because I haven't been there in like years. I'm trying to remember. Oh, Culver's. Culver's does that, and they have some good ones. So yeah, Reese's Pieces, anything with like peanut butter and chocolate in a custard kind of like works really well. Other things do too, but the end of Mr. Nubbin in the pencil. He's still here. Mr. Nubbin is still with us. He's still with us. I'm just gonna give it a yellow hue on this thing. It'll look more brown. Like once you get done shading, and I put all the shading I want, this yellow is gonna look kind of brownish, I think. Like once it mixes with the lead, and so it'll differentiate. I just want to make sure people understand that there's a lot going on here, so I want to make sure I make either this like really dark and saturated, so it's like obviously a different object, or something like that, you know. But I didn't want to just to be spitting these things on the floor. That's rude, you know. They should have like a little. I always use pencils till there's nothing left as well. I'm kind of like, it just depends on my mood. Sometimes I'll throw that out. You know what I mean? Like, that's gonna be a rough time. Sharpening that. So sometimes I'll be like, I'll just throw it out at this point. Or you can also stick them inside of these things and kind of give yourself an extension, and then you can go back to sharpening them. So it just depends on what mood I am. Like, depends on the day. But this little guy will get a proper burial and stuff like that, so he'll be honored for his service. Yeah, no, he's still with us. I should add, like, you know how usually like expensive big budget movies there's like fog for some reason in at the bottom of the like the level as the scientists are like walking through and they're just like, you know, looking at the eggs. Like, I don't know if I can convincingly do fog. I wish I could, but that's the issue. Is like I might like make this picture a lot worse if I add a bunch of fog at the bottom. But I feel like it's always like a good, like it's always, all of these sci-fi movies have like lighting coming from the under the floor, you know, or whatever, and then fog. You know what I should do is like buy a fog machine for this, for the stream. Like, so when I draw this kind of stuff, you guys can, it'll be more atmospheric. I know the fog juice is supposed to be like relatively harmless, but I'm just not entirely convinced of all that. Oh, the music ended. Sorry, guys. Uh, Look at this guy. I can hear really gross, wet, splanky sounds. So awesome. Good job. Thank you. Just like slurpy sounds. Like that sound that your straw makes when you like get to the end of the drink. When you got some ice in there. Oh, Japochi. Oh my God. Hey, Master, I've missed you. Okay, you don't have to. You don't have to glaze me that hard. I just got a few minutes and did some small chores. Hey, Japochi, just stopped by to say hi. I'm dead in bed. How have you been? Dismissed yet too? Have good sleep, Japochi. Thank you. Okay, my dude in pain with my shoulder, so not been arting all week. Do you drink meds for pains like Panadol? Not anymore because too much long-term problems to be on all time. They hope more resting is working out for you. Alright, my head is floating in the air. Let me catch some sleep before it wanders off. Missed you guys. Yeah, Japochi, thank you for stopping by, man. Have a good night. I'm gonna drive out to Blick's art store in Schaumburg. They have sales going on. Oh, nice, man. I hope you find what you're looking for. I would have figured by now you have like every single instrument there is out there. You go to art stores like daily. You know what I do really want right now is like breaded shrimp. I don't know why, but that sounds super good. Guys, my eyes are getting really tired. I think I'm gonna take a break for today, and I'll be back tomorrow. And I don't think I'll be finishing it then either. But at least we'll get closer. I really like this creature, but I'm gonna get out of here for the day. My eyes are just tired. I'm gonna end YouTube.